Hello everybody. Hello Noah and everybody else. Welcome in. This is multiplayer FS25. It is console friendly. We have room for 6 other people to join here. Your farms are waiting for you. I did put in the description all about the challenge. We can go over that. So any of the tiles that are not pink, what we're going to do is we're going to spin the wheel. Members get to do up to 3 spins. There's a couple more rules to it, but we have to see what tile we want to buy. So the one tile challenge is no DLCs. Nope. So I am looking for people that will join this and play it more than once. The server will be up even when I'm not streaming, unless we're on Gnadenthal, but it shares the same server slot. There are 11 mods, including the map. They're all on Mod Hub. I kept it pretty basic. The map requires like 2 or 3 mods. So the server name, I don't know where to get that over here on this. Let's copy that. And then the password, I'll get you that when you're ready. If you want to join, you can at least see once you click on that what the game is, what the mods are. So the one tile challenge is you get 1 lot piece of property. They're all at least 8 hectares. Some are hilly, some are flat. You start with $500,000, but you are required to buy. Let's see where it is. This tractor and trailer, the property, and then you have to buy a shed. And then after that, you should play how you want to play. You have to get out of debt. You have to get 250 grand in the plus and buy a house. Not the container house, but different one. You can have a microphone unless you get really annoying and talk over me. So I'm soft-spoken. So if you get really annoying and you end up talking over me and taking over the stream, then I'll take it away. That's Walter, the NPC. I deleted his house and his whole farm. He's just gonna stand there forever. That's what he gets, though. Creepy old dude. So let's go ahead and set up the spin the wheel. Let's just... I already set up in my history there. I don't remember. No, I typed in spine, not spin. Try again. Oh, I think it kept all the settings. Let me go over here. Yeah, so you can see there's, I think, 11 different pieces of property. Yeah. Yep, you can chat in game. Yep. 45. So 45 is down here. Ooh. That's a little bit of a slope to it, but not too bad. 45 will be my property. So I am buying that. That is now orange. That is my piece of property there. Let's take that high choice, I guess. Now there should be 10. So for Noah, once you join, if you join, you'll be able to spin the wheel once, If you don't like it, then you need to spin it twice. Members get to do it 3 times. And then you have to choose between the 2 properties. Some of them are hilly, some of them are flat. I kind of took away a lot of them that have a lot of trees. There's some that have a few trees. I try to make it very fair. So now I bought the property. I have to go over here. This tractor, you are required to go to 300 horsepower. Right there. And then if you want, some of them are doing the front weight and front loader, and it costs $2,000 more. So it has to cost at least $130,000 when you buy it. And this, I don't think there's a rule. It just says you have to buy the trailer. Ah. Wonder, no, those are just, we don't need a cover, but I'm gonna go ahead and buy it when it has a little bit more. So those are the 2 things I have to buy. And then I have to place, somewhere in here is a shed. So this shed is a little bit different. If you hit F, you can do left, right. You want it left side or right side. You can also, you can store it in these, or am I mistaken? Or is that a different category? There we go. So you can also buy it left or right and store bales and pallets in it. And I'm going to ask people to do that so we don't get lag on the server. We're gonna have bales or pallets. You can do that. That's in silo. The other one's just in sheds. So I actually don't know where my whole property is. I might have to get a plow. Or I don't think we can harvest this for grass. That might be easier. But let's try to see again on the map here. So we know we own that little piece of property over there. So we own some of this down here. No, I thought we did. Maybe our property goes... Oh, this is tricky. Okay, let's walk over there. Trying to find where your property is, but you don't know. It's invisible. Keep myself over here. Something over here. Got it. Okay. Okay, why can I not find my person? Oh, I am hopeless. I am like in the middle of this property. There. Oh, there we go. No, you cannot use PC commands. That is too easy for people to cheat that way. I do want this to be a little bit of a challenge. And I want people to be like, hey, you know, I can just alter the field to be this field type, and yeah. I'm actually gonna toggle free mode. I'm so scared of putting that down and making the field a little bit. Okay. That's the shed I need. So what I ended up doing is I placed it roughly right. I'll move my character over there. I have to landscape it. Landscaping is also not free. Hey Michael, how are you? $103 degrees. Yikes. That's good enough right now. I mean, I could paint it grass so it looks a little bit more. But that all costs money. There. Doing good? Glad to hear. That is a problem for another day when I have more money. Oh, no. Why do I always have to be perfected? Perfect it all. Little things I'm worrying about, and later I'm gonna be like short like $10 and I'll be like, if only I hadn't done that. Okay, now I can show you on the map. This is where my shed is on this property. I'm gonna make my farmhouse here, put some animals here, greenhouse, all that, and then I want to have my property for farming all between the over here to over here. That's what I'm gonna do. Is this will be my little farmhouse here. And it's completely up to you where you place it, what you do. I'm gonna place a house right away. The cheapest one is $5,000 in this little container. I mean, you have a little laundry hanging up and drying. So I can place this, but this doesn't count as my better house. And I want to find the other end of my property over here. It's a little bit tricky here. I'm gonna corner off my property by buying things. Oh no, Michael, what did he tell you this time? Okay, roughly can place a house around here. I am making this up as I go, by the way. Whatever. If you can afford the sell point, yep. You do get where are they? Hey, Ghost. Some refill silos as well I put in here as a mod. These for lime liquid. You can place those on your farm. I also gave us a workshop with a fuel station. That is also a container, because I was going with the container theme. But yeah, you can put your own factory and sell points down on your property if you can afford it. Oh, I don't know what to tell you about your coworker, Michael. Where did I go? You have to start with the tractor, but that does not mean you cannot go buy and sell a different tractor. From what I think, I don't know, maybe you have to keep that tractor. Maybe you're meant to keep that tractor, Noah. I don't know. I wish somebody that knew the challenges on here. So this is a workshop with the fuel station. So I think I'm gonna have like a road, another shed here, or here. So what I'm gonna start with is a mushroom greenhouse. Maybe they're in a different menu. Do I want the small or the medium? Oh, I want to do medium because I know it brings you more money quicker. I don't like kind of not knowing where I want to place things. Overlaps with a different object, but there's nothing over there to overlap with. It's interesting that it says that. I think the pallets are gonna go on the right side of it. Yeah, I can make sure I put that in the rules, Noah. Yeah. That makes you feel better. I can write that in the description. How close is a water refill point? I would have to go down there, but I might save some money by not placing. Hello from Utah. Welcome in, Eric. How are you doing? No, you have to read the description. The description says, trying to delete it all. And it's not so much as winning as it is just having fun. Here's a silo that you start with. Oh, I didn't think that I was going to put it on that side. Okay, you saw it? So hard, because like, I know I'm gonna need... this is $3,000. This is a lot cheaper. Land is not owned by me. But this gives you free water, right? Once you do that. Hey, Broken Farmer, how's it going? Yep, this bunny wants to play. She says save her a spot. Yeah, Michael, sorry, I just read your comment. I'm like, your coworker's crazy. I want to put this somewhere else. Maybe I'll wait until I know. And then... yeah, I'll have to place all this, like lime, herbicide, all that as well. I think that's... hello, Just Joe, welcome in. So we're gonna need a small water trailer. I went past it. I hate how it's in animals, because I do not associate that with animals very well. Yes, I was gonna add this to the... just updating the description here. There we go. Oh, now you're busy. Too busy to play now? I bought that. Okay. Well, you're more than welcome to join in and play anytime you want. Also want to start with mowing this grass. Mowers. I think that's where most people start, is just mowing. That is 60 horsepower, so we can do that. Oh. Hey, Big A! How are you doing? Thanks for stopping in. Took a while, but I started the challenge. Took a long time. Are you still doing this challenge as well? I have a question about it. I remember the question. Oh, I can't. I take the front weight off to do the front mower, don't I? Okay. We'll have to figure that out. Okay, Oh, no, I went down the wrong way, didn't I? I have not been on this map. And it shows. I have a road to nowhere. Do not have a road to nowhere. Awesome. Not doing too bad. Okay, do we have to stick with this tractor? Like, how long do you have to play with this tractor? For the whole challenge? Or can you upgrade and sell it? Do you have to play with it for a little bit and then sell it? So our property starts around here. Okay, let's just do that. Oh, a little bit more than that. Okay, that's roughly our property right there. Okay. So I did it a little bit differently. I just spin the wheel, see what property we have to play on. I have made this multiplayer. Okay, so you have to keep this tractor to the end, but you can buy other tractors. Thanks, I appreciate that. I made a couple of changes to the challenge to make it multiplayer friendly. Simplify it a little bit, but it's very similar to the same challenge. My own little twist and turn to it. Nice, Eric. I'm going to add that to the description, or I'm going to forget. So, and I'm assuming you can't lease or borrow any equipment either. Like, I didn't really say. There. Put that in the rules description. It looks kind of bare there, but I'm making this up as I go. So anything that's pink, I bought with like community bank, so we can't have people choose those ones. I only want ones that are 8 hectares in size, roughly the same, to make it fair. And then I did no leasing, borrowing, or contracts. Yeah, got it right. Awesome. So then what I did is I did spin the wheel to see what one I ended up on. And it chose 45. I know the original one's 46, but that was slightly too small. And I wanted a chance for everybody to have the same field. That one's a little bit bigger, but not much. These are really hilly, even though they're 8.4. But for the most part, I just wanted to make it very similar if people wanted to join multiplayer. Is there any other things that I might be missing to the rules? Just let me know. So I'm gonna get close to the original. I went off the descriptions that I saw that everybody else wrote, but I'm like, yeah. I think it'd be fun. I know Dust Bunny's gonna join. I want to see if Whiskey will join. He's been looking for multiplayer console friendly map that he could play with just Bunny and I. But I know he just finished moving. So with this map, the grass won't be on to September. I did turn seasons off. I know it's supposed to be on, but with multiplayer, with this being a server, it just does not work. I am going to play as close to seasons as I can, though. That's one thing I wish I could have kept on, but if people just don't play, like even myself, I won't be here for a week or two here and there. And then if I come back, there's no point, right? Unfortunately. There's too many people on different time zones and stuff. So this is a community forklift that will stay here. The community bank owns it, but we're all contractors, so we can use it at the shop. I'm gonna take this front weight off, so I won't pick up the... No, it won't pick up the mower. How do you guys do mowing then? Just the back mower, I guess. I didn't think of that. I'll have to buy a back mower instead of the front. Okay, let's see if we can pick it up and chop it off here. Yep. So what I have for mods, I have the plow. I don't like how big it goes. What's the other mods I have? I have the fenceless pasture one. I think that's basically it. I have a workshop where people can do that, refill stations, in a house. I kept it very, very basic. What do you mean by that, Noah? Well, basically, I think everybody has to agree. If you're in the middle of planting a field, you don't want to sleep, right? So you're going to disagree with that. So basically, you check with other people on the map if they're in the middle of doing something, you're just going to have to wait. Yeah, the silage in 5 minutes, yeah. But yeah, like I showed Noah, the fields are pretty small, so you don't have to wait long. But if somebody's in the middle of like a project, you're gonna have to wait a little bit. You know, I'll figure this menu out eventually. I can do this one, that's a back mower, right? Or a side back mower. Does this tractor have that? Should be able to hook on to that. I think that's the one I have to get. Watch everybody scream no from afar and I'd be like, yay, I just bought it again. For no reason. Oh, did I? Like I did buy it. I swear I bought it. But I'm not gonna let people cheat, Noah. I'm not gonna let people just use PC commands. That's why nobody gets that. I think I'm being very generous already with the little changes I've made to the challenge. I've talked it over with a few people, And they're like, no, that'd be too hard. So I made it much easier than what people know. Yeah, this is a good property here. I'm just looking at it. I got lucky on my first spin not to have one that's super duper hilly. It's a little hilly, but not too bad. Yeah, I'm not going to add any more mods if I can avoid it. No, is that fair to others that can't join or play right away to come back in and be like, wow, you added a mod that makes it easier. Thanks. I was playing hard for months. Hours and hours and hours. And you just now added a mod that made it easier for one person. Like, I'm not going to do that. And make sure I had the mods that I think we all needed. A little bit of one of everything, and then that's what you start with. Yep, it's on a dedicated server, yep. And the only time the server won't be up is when we're on Gnadenthal, but is sharing the same server slot. So we will switch over to Gnadenthal for a couple hours, and this will be up after that. But of course I'll warn people when that happens. And you also are in charge of password protecting your own farm, so people can't get on it. There are passwords by default, but you can change them once you join your farm. I think Juan's doing good. I honestly haven't talked to him much. He's been doing a lot of stuff. He's kind of tired. I'll leave the water trailer for last because I want to go use it last. Hey, Rusty. Yeah, keep in mind my loan insurance. Yep. I'm just gonna cut across to over here. Yeah, I was explaining that I had to turn seasons off for this to work as a multiplayer challenge with how everybody plays different schedules. So technically I can farm right now, or mow, but I am also going to play realistically. I made screenshots, I'll show you guys once I stop, of what the crop calendar should be. And I'm going to play like that is turned on. It will annoy me if I don't. I would rather seasons be turned on. But I can't do that because then other people won't play because they can't play often enough, myself included. You know, I'm home for a few weeks, but when I'm on the road, I won't be playing for a week or two. And then you're gonna come back and your farm will be ruined and then you won't want to play. Appreciate y'all stopping in though. Excited to see all of you here. So, we'll fill up our mushroom greenhouse. I'm gonna allow myself one greenhouse in general, and I chose the mushroom one. Mushrooms bring you some good money. Rusty, you're playing it with seasons off because you spent enough time on the map in 22, and that's fair enough. I also have, like I was saying, a community forklift here that we can only use at the farmhouse as well. I also offered refill station mod. No, that's the wrong one. I'll figure it out. Containers. So I added that if people want to place them at the farmhouse, but if they want to buy pallets, I offered a forklift. Stay up here and load a trailer for them as well. We also have a workshop with a fuel station. I placed that down. So we have that. And then I did a container house, but we have to buy a different one. And yeah, the silo, the mushrooms, the shed. That's what I'm starting with. And then yeah, I spun the wheel. Like I say, everybody's gonna spin the wheel to see what property they end up on. I spent close to 400 hours on this map in 22. Oh boy. That's a lot of hours. I don't think I even have that many hours on any map. We find a water refill point. I don't know. Probably down here by this bridge. Let's just go visit it. This is my first time on this map, so I'm not too familiar where we can fill the water. Or do we have to place something? Yeah, that's too shallow. We'll check around the lake. This is a beautiful map here, though. Like that, it just makes you want to take a dive into the water and swim. That's peacefully beautiful. Really like that. Doesn't look like you need refill here. Too deep of a point here. There's a full bridge over here. I guess you can maybe go down over here. Fill water up over here. That's probably the closest point for me. That's probably what we're gonna end up doing is take the road down here. And that road. Let's go get lost. That's what we're gonna go do. Just follow the road. No. What we can do. Okay, stay on the road while you look at the map. At what speed do you guys usually play on your map for the challenges like this? I know it kind of varies if it's busy season to do things, but what would you do in this case? If you were, not able to do anything for the day? How people play differently. I know what I would typically do, but for this challenge... These roads are huge, by the way. Look at these tracks and like my little tractor on it. It's cute. Well, I gotta get across this somehow. Okay. We're still going the right way. Long way to go for water. I might have to buy that water little point once I know I can afford it. At one time speed. There's nothing to do, you asleep. we can do that. I'm signed in as admin, so let's do 1 time speed. I'm really curious what other people like to do. I know certain people speed it up, or they just sleep. Or they be like, you gotta tough it out. Over 95% of the time you play this in real time mostly, and just speed up while you sleep. Thanks for answering Rusty Money and Big A, appreciate that. Awesome to get some input and kind of see what other people do. What I really also want to do is place down some goats. I like the goats in this game. And their milk makes some good money. But I also know I can't afford it. I could probably place the pasture down, but not afford the goats, and that would be pointless at the moment. But then they could eat the grass without me having to feed them. So see, I've kind of thought that part through. Eric says, I don't catch any content creators live very often, but when you do, he's amazed at how many other content creators I've spoken to in the chat. Yes. We're a wonderful community, though. Farming Sim has a wonderful community where we all just network together, and that's a good spot. I can get into there. You know, we all are in different discords with each other, and I know some of us keep in touch and we're real life friends with other ones. Yeah. This is not gonna work. Can you not back it up in a straight line? I'm trying to read comments. A few goats. Yeah, I think that's the way to go. I mean, the water buffalo, if you do silage, that's the way to go with them. Well, I mean, they do hay grass for 40%, but I mean, goats get 100% from the grass, so I mean, it's just really easy to do goats or sheep. How many times am I going to have to do this to fill the greenhouse? Oh boy. Yeah, that can straight line to save your life. Oh, me too. I mean, it's obvious by now. Okay, there's a low point for water by the lake on the map. Okay. Maybe I have to go look over here. Okay, go over there. Thanks, Rusty. We can save some time doing that next time. This only holds like 2,000 liters, so I'm going to be doing this a few times. I downloaded Homelands in 22. I looked around the map a little bit, and then I found a different map, and I never went back to Homelands to play it. There's nothing against the map. I probably would have played it if the other map hadn't come up and distracted me. I'm like, yeah, I finally get to do it in 25. It's gonna take me a little bit to figure out these roads. Like, which one do I stay on? I don't recall what map it was. It could have been Elma, I think. I don't quite remember. What other ones did I get into? I played the Mars map for a little bit. And 22. Played quite a bit on 22 different maps. So you did a whole bunch of decorations around sell points productions. Well, this one had a couple custom productions, didn't it, in 22? Or am I wrong? I'm trying to think if this was the map that had a couple. It's really hard not to add productions in certain mods like that. But I went, the more I add, I'm doing it for my benefit, and I don't know what other people like or don't like. Not everybody likes productions. I'm like, then it's unfair to others. So then I was like, we're just gonna go and make it so that we can have in-game mods, what it is. And if you like productions, you do that. If you like greenhouses, you do that. If you like farming, you do that. But yeah, I was like, I won't add mods that I know are more beneficial to me than others. I don't think I played that map. Yay. There's a lot of them I'm like, I wish I would have taken the time, but you get so into a certain map and then time, I tell ya, it goes by fast. Yeah, Alien Gems. Yeah, we still play Western Wilds at MS22. One's doing Through the Years. So we'll still play that every weekend. I do want to put like a little road around here. That's why it looks like there should be like a loop road. You know, going around like this. Someday there will be a nice road. It goes like this, all the way back. Yeah, you can kind of picture it, right? Well, that's what it's gonna be. Okay. I have enough water to probably turn on the production. I think Oyster gives you more money. You can do both, but I think Oyster is the way to go, really. Oh, I only have to go one more time. Well, I'll do it twice to fill it up again. But yeah. Well, that was a map from the Alpine expansion 19 and a base game of 22. Okay. Kind of like what they've done this year. Yeah, I kind of like when they do that. It probably means the new fishing one will be default next year, or next expansion, right? Okay, so that road is in here somewhere, I'm assuming. We'll figure this out. Maybe. To follow this road, it's closer to the shed. Yeah, that challenge, yep. Yeah, that would have, yep, spent hours doing that. What I like about the one tile challenge, it's like a real life hobby farm. The same acreage. People will say, hey, I want a hobby farm. It's usually around the same acreage. It's like, what equipment would you get for a real life hobby farm? That's kind of what you need, right? I'm gonna assume my turn here. If not, we're going for another adventure. Go down. Do not end up in the water. And yours is a homestead type of farm. That's kind of what I want to do. We'll see if I end up sticking with that, but a homestead type of hobby farm. Oh, this is so much easier. Thanks, Rusty, for letting me know. I was like, there has to be a water refill point. There we go. Calmsden, Split Mountain Ranch, and Iowa Plains. We played Calmsden, I think. That came out for 25. We played it for a little bit, but I didn't like how narrow the roads were. That got very annoying to get big equipment for contracts. It's the same map. And that made it very hard. So there's a couple of maps that came out recently. I liked, what was the one today in Arkansas? I forget the name of it. That one is focused on like rice planting and stuff over there. And like that one looks kind of nice. I like doing the rice. I just don't think I'll do it on this map because limitations. I might do long grain rice, but I would have to give up a field just for rice. Like it's a little hard. This long grain rice and rice, both types, give you quite a bit of money. Rusty's Off the Grid Dairy Challenge. This is the first challenge I've ever tried. Not sure if I'm familiar with that one, but I might have to look that up. Off the Grid Dairy Challenge sounds very interesting. I've been looking for something to do for member-only videos. If that was in 22, that's fine. Like, you still bring it back for 25, right? The same concept. Yeah, I agree, Rusty. I said that like right away. I'm like, the oversized road. It kind of feels like you're on like a 2-lane highway. I should be on this side and oncoming traffic on the other side. Yeah, it's definitely oversized. It kind of reminds me of the Close to Home. What's that in 22? Like the sandbox, toy box. I liked the thought of that map, but it had a couple bugs in it that made it hard to play it. But I kind of liked that aspect of it. I mean, you look like a little miniature toy in a sandbox, so it was kind of cute. No, don't turn here yet. Okay. I like this map better than 22. I wonder how much different it is. Like, I would have to go back to 22 to look at it. Otter crickets, it's all. I feel the same way about Elma. I loved Elma in 22. I played it in 25 and I couldn't get into it. There's certain things that changed on that map, and I was definitely kind of sad about it. I was like, I definitely liked it better in 22. Okay, that is filled up and ready to go for next time. it makes me laugh, Big A. Like, can you imagine? Maybe we're just really, really mini. We had a Sparkle Station and Milo Girl that you might remember in here that called everything mini. I can totally imagine her saying everything's mini right now. You feel that way about Elm Creek, Eric? So Juan and I were in Manitoba last week, and we went past the museum where Big Roy is, if you're familiar with Big Roy. And we were so sad that we didn't have time to stop. We were in a big rig, 2 trailers we were gonna park. And we had a time crunch to get back and get loaded, but it hurt in the fields there to be like, I am driving right past the museum I want to stop at. Museum full of awesome old tractors and stuff. It would have been so awesome to stop and see everything. And Big Rise in the Prairies DLC if you guys have that. Park this over here. Elm Creek first extension. You play a lot at? You don't like forestry in 25 like you did 22? Huh. I like the forestry and what map I would do? New Frontier. I do that as a single player. That one's not too bad. But I don't do a lot of forestry, just a little bit. Big A, you're kind of sad about Elma as well. That power from you in real life. You're hoping that it was going to be maybe from a different vantage point. It would, Rusty, but it costs money. I know I'm driving a little bit just to fill this. It only has like 4,000 liters, and that didn't take that long to go fill it up with that small trailer. Can we go inside our small house? Well, there's no stairs or anything. I don't know, that's kind of weird. We get a chair to sleep in. Yeah, I agree with that, Eric. The crouch should delimb. My fingers are the same way. It hurts a lot to do that. Yeah, Rusty, I want to do the water. How much is that? Yeah, 10 grand. I was like, I only have 11 grand. I'm placing that right now, and I know I have to pay interest when I sleep overnight. I can't afford it right now. Yeah, let's see here. Oh boy. Take this off for a moment while I get my screenshot shown. Like, I have way too many screenshots here. There. So I did take screenshots here of what it would be like on this map if we kept seasons on. So I'm going to play like that. I'm actually going to make it into like an Excel spreadsheet or whatever, so it's a little bit easier to look at. But I feel a lot better with seasons off, being like I still would normally only plant this crop during this time. Alright, like I really want to do barley or oat. And I'm like, I can plant barley next month if I plow a field. A lot around that. Yeah, I was trying to be careful how many mods I added. I want to make this console friendly still and less mods to always download and maintain and upload and keep on a dedicated server. Especially if I'm not always home. I don't want people to be like, there's a lot of mods, right? So I joined somebody's Farmall today. They're dedicated server, and there's nothing wrong with that dedicated server. I love that, but I had to download 52 mods to get on that server and then update 5 or 6 mods I already had. And that was on top of the other mods I already had. And for me, I'm like, that's a lot of mods for a computer user, let alone a console player. I'm like, that's a lot to maintain and update. I should have changed my license plate. So I'm kind of hoping on this wedge of land I have to have my goats here on this side and then have all this be farmland. I got really lucky with this little, I'm thinking I'm gonna ignore this corner over here. I think I got really lucky with the plot of land that I landed on. I can already picture how I want to do it. Oh, how do I want to do this? You can't attach that trailer to the back, I don't think, with this. Pretty sure you can't. I think I have to mow and then pick it up. And this makes me feel like I don't play farming games at all, because I'm like, I don't remember. I'm gonna mow one time around the wrong direction. Or maybe this is the right direction, I don't know. I hate when it hires AI worker. Like, I didn't want you to do that. Oh, forgot to turn it on. I actually enjoyed going back to silage bunkers on this challenge. Yeah, I don't think I'll do silage. It's scary to think about doing silage. But yeah, it's interesting what a challenge makes you go back to. I don't think I'm going right to the property edge. I probably could get a little bit closer. But nothing like having grass that you can't pick up afterwards. of me goes, I should just plow a little bit around the whole edge, and then GPS would be a little bit easier. I know I can mow that little bit of the road, but it just doesn't make sense to me. I like that the hilly side of this isn't too bad, that this horsepower can take care of it. Okay, catching up a comment says the way the biggest improvement with FS, the AI works. I never figured out how to use cross-pay well enough. Yeah. For 22 we did one of the GPS mods. I don't remember which one, but it wasn't too bad. I like that it's in-game now. But I hate when I accidentally hire a worker. Big A uses a fermenting stick. I remember that. Yep, the fermenting stick. I think I downloaded it. For my New Frontier playthrough. I just haven't got to it. I think it's in the list of mods to play with. Grass and hay sales are good too, especially if you have Game Enjoy silos. Yeah, but I definitely still have his silos. And of course play. I never did course play much or follow me or any of those mods. I'm hoping to get some goats, and like they'll eat the meadow in there, but you need some through winter or whatever as well, right? So like that'd be a little bit for them to eat as well. Well, forget to turn it on. That's my problem. New Frontier is good. You should wish that map would get an update to fix store purchase, like bales and such. Oh, is there a problem with that? But like, I haven't bought bales on. When I play New Frontier, I just put it in the fermenting silo, grass dryer, something like that. So I haven't had to deal with the bales. So I feel like this is gonna be too close for me to actually pick up, but there. Let's see what that looks like. That's my property. There we go. That's my tile. That's gonna be a lot of grass. And that's gonna be some money. Oh, okay. I'll be right back. There's a package at the door. I have to go get that before the neighbors go get that. Okay. There we go. Like, I just have to get that because packages, they find legs over here. I don't know if you guys know where you live, if packages find legs or not, but they just, like, poof, disappear. Never to be seen again. Nobody knows. Moose? How's Moose doing? Doing good? Enjoying your summer? How did band go for you? Or are you still doing band camp? Or is that a different time? Everything blends together, I can't remember. I wonder if I could afford a tenor or a windrower. One or the other, not both, but... Might have to do this grass in stages. Or is it, I pick it up after a few rounds, or is it might just annoy me with how much grass there is. Good and great. Good and great. That's good. I mean, that's great. That's good and great. Now, if I remember to turn the mower on, I should get $1 every time I remember to turn it on. I know. I should just go over the road. I would love to turn this on to hay, but I think that might be a little far-fetched for the first cutting the grass here. I'm definitely gonna plow most of this over. Maybe only one field at a time. I'd actually plow some of it and plant better grass. And do that until I can afford a combine to harvest grain. That'll be a while. Unless this is good yield grass. I don't know if this is high yield grass or... I think you can get better yield grass if you plant your own, right? Split by the road to start, have change of pace. What do you mean by that, Rusty? Split by the road. Go a different direction? Ooh. Do the farm area first. Gotcha. Going back now. We'll finish up the farmyard area. That little triangle. Then the big area. Yep. Good plan. we go. I probably don't want to do the end roads every time, but we'll do it this time. It's interesting to see the tire marks in the grass. Really cool. I don't know if I'm actually losing yield driving over it, but it is what it is. Oops. Yeah. A good idea as well. Split in half that way and it won't seem as daunting of a thing to do. I want to insert some kind of joke about how we eat more cake or something if we cut it in half, right? I don't know. Seems like there's more cake if you split it in half. That doesn't work. Don't know where I was going with that analogy, but we're gonna talk about food somehow. I was waiting for that moose. Moose is like, food? You're talking about food? I'm here. That's right, it changes your pace and you bring money back in overtime. We had a delicious rice bowl from food truck time. Ooh. That has my attention. I like food trucks, like trying food like that. I have some of the most amazing food from a food truck. And I think what I really like is that it's all mom and pop. You know what I mean? Like, it's not a chain restaurant. You're getting work that somebody has tried really, food that people worked really hard to make. Like, a business that isn't a chain. I don't know. One of my favorite places to eat in town here is a food truck. And we can get enough food from them to heat up as leftovers. So basically, 2 meals for each of us. And it costs the same as 1 meal from a fast food restaurant. And it's homemade food versus fried, greasy fast food restaurant food. I like supporting local. Like, we become really good friends with the food truck now. And it turns out they're from the same town and area that Juan lived in for years. And we didn't know that. It was hilarious when we found that out. And I was shopping last weekend and they saw me in the store and they just stopped and asked. And we talked and caught up. It was like really nice just, you know, to network with the locals like that. We'll go this way and then we'll go that way. And then our other favorite place lately is like a mom and pop chicken place in a convenience store, like a gas station. Like you say that and you're like, oh man, that's horrible. There's better places with chicken and mochos, but I'm not mowing. But it is the best chicken in town. Once again, you get so much food. On that one, you can get 3 times the food as one place, like for fast food. It's really interesting. Depends on the food truck. Yeah, there's some that you wouldn't. Yep. For the most part, they're decent, but yeah, there's one here and there. I definitely agree there is some here and there that I wouldn't. Yeah. I just know somebody that isn't a big fan of food trucks at all because they had one bad experience. I'm like, but that's just one out of how many. Like I could bring you to some really good ones. I like there's a few places where there's like, what do you say, like a food truck convoy? I don't know. Like there's certain cities where you can go, there's like a dozen of them set up in one spot. And I kind of like that when you're like, oh, there's choice. Like it feels like a food court in a mall almost, because you're like, I can go eat this today and that tomorrow, but it's all good homemade food. You know, like the selection. Lots of good ones there in Nebraska. We went through Nebraska last fall. Like it's almost been a year. It's been a while. Sadly, don't get down to the US as much anymore. I should finish that little piece off there. Makes life easier. Hey Rocket, welcome in. How are you doing today? Ooh, lots of good Mexican ones there in Utah. My best friend went to college in Salt Lake City, and when we visited her, she took us to the best pizza place. I wish I remembered what it was called. I would have to ask her. But it was like in a basement, and it was so good. Like it's still up there as like one of the top 3 pizza places I've had. Oh, you feel sick and exhausted? Sorry to hear that, Rocket. I hope you feel better soon, and hopefully you can rest up and yeah, feel fun. Sending you lots of virtual chicken noodle soup and tea and all that stuff. Yep. So, oh, nope, don't jump out. Yeah, water is so nice when you're sick. People don't understand how helpful that can be. Water is such a good friend. I always have this cup of water over here by me, and this holds 4 cups of water, and I easily drink like 2, 3, 4 of those a day, if not more. It's always right there in front of me. I always have water right by me. The water even when you're not sick. Yeah, we drink a lot of water on the big rig. We have like these 1-gallon jugs of water we refill at a filtered water place. Mainly what we drink is just water. We went and saw friends in Manitoba. I remember saying that we're fine with just water. Water is what we have. Hey Sean, how's it going? Welcome in. I honestly can't even handle carbonated drinks anymore. Even like carbonated sparkly water. I can't do carbonation stuff. I gotta change that song. You don't have a big rig, but you do a big box truck for local driving? Awesome. Do you have a dedicated route that brings you home every day? Day cab? Or are you kind of gone for multiple days at a time? I know up here in the mountains, some of those box trucks are gone for multiple days. A lot of them get home every day, but not always. And Rocky didn't like sparkling water. To me, it's just like a Coca-Cola at that point. I don't really care for that bubbly or bubbly boat. I don't know, whatever that is. Whatever the most popular one is, everybody drinks it. Tried it once and I'm like, this is gross. That's before I couldn't have carbonated stuff, but now I just can't even handle carbonation. My stomach hates it. Yeah, 9 to 10 hour days, but home every night. That's wonderful. I mean, some people really like that. Some people rather be gone for weeks at a time. You know. We're often home on the weekend. If we're not home on the weekend, it's pretty rare. I'll just post this, and that should give the main link to our trucking vlog, where we post channels or videos on that channel of us trucking. I mean, one trucks. I'm just a professional passenger. I do the paperwork, the meals. I help with the tarping and the strap stuff once in a while, but I do a lot of in the truck stuff. Rocket's gonna quickly switch to your PC and get off your phone. Sounds good, Rocket. I should mention to Rocket that you could join this map if you wanted to. Make a farm. He lives many, many, many time zones ahead of us. So he probably would like a server like this where he can play when I'm not on. Let's just do this. Last little wedge of the little grass. The longest part of your route was 2 hours to and from. The rest are 20 to 30 minutes out and about. That's not bad at all. We like traveling a lot, so it works for us to go long distance, but even that, I mean, we live in British Columbia. We go to Manitoba, but that was the first time in years. Juan's in Alberta right now. For the most part, we stay around the BC. I'll park this in here just so I can collect the grass. We're surf session for 4 hours. Your bug is now. Yep. I know the feeling. Even with like the best of chairs. And then for me, I have a shoulder problem if I don't have my shoulders supported correctly. Oh man, even sitting here it gets me if I'm not very careful. We could tether this. How much more money would we get? The grass. It's like 78 bucks. Hazen being something else in my. Oh, that's like $96 to more. So hay would be worth it, but how long would it take me to pay off? Like $6,000. I think it would be worth it. At least me with $4,000. Let's do that. Guess a little bit more money. That's gonna be a problem, but we'll just deal with that later. This road doesn't actually go back to the store. I guess what I could do is buy this field back with the community bank and put a road through this field, because we're not going to play on it. And then I won't feel bad cutting across this field the whole time. That, gather that, sell that. Like, I could bale it and keep it, but I'm not going to do it for the first little bit here. I want the money right away. Makes me sound greedy, but I had some debt to pay off. Got a little bit of lag there, saving. I'm honestly debating plowing this over, planting more grass. That I can do for a little bit until I can buy a harvester. There's no point in planting any kind of grain or anything until I can afford a harvester, and that's gonna be a bit. Yeah, I could probably find a modded one to put on here that was cheaper, but I would have to find one that's kind of more realistic and priced still. Really hoping I'm not putting any of this on a property I don't own. It's gonna be kind of a pain in the butt if I do. And the one mod I like that I'll miss is bigger swath. Like it makes it so a little bit easier to pick up swath rows. That one I'll miss a little bit. That always made it a little bit easier without feeling too cheaty. Yeah, that's like going into the shed. I'm gonna regret that later. Definitely some good yield here though. I wasn't expecting as good of a yield on this type of grass without plowing it over. I basically have to do this until I can afford the plow and then the seeder and the seed. And, you know, fertilizer would be nice too, but quite a bit of grass. I do have the front loader bought for the tractor, but I haven't actually bought the front loader forks. So I would have no way to lift up the mushroom pallets and sell those yet. You always accidentally hiring AI workers as well. Yeah. I blame it on my controller settings. That B button is used for so many other things. Like, I don't want them Another reason why I want to do a cloud field is then I can use GPS. Secretly, one of the things I'm like, this would be a lot easier with GPS. You also constantly hit this take screenshot. That one I only have on my keyboard, so that one I'm a little bit better about, but yeah. My screenshot folder is pretty full of screenshots that I didn't mean to take because of that as well. Yeah, hiring the AI workers, probably the most common thing I do. And then I really hate it when there is a field that they find, because then you're like trying to stop them. And you're like, no, you're costing me money. Go away. Like, I don't want to hire. I have it disabled, so I shouldn't have to hire you, but the GPS thing makes it so it's back again. Welcome back, Rocket. I was going to tell you, Rocket, it's probably obvious, but if you want to join, you don't have to right now. I know you're not feeling well, but this is always multiplayer. So you could always join and play this if you want and have your own high-level property. No pressure at all to join right now. You can decide anytime within the next few weeks. Join, that'd be fine. This will be a server that I want to keep up even when I'm not playing. So it'll be a little bit easier for people like you in different time zones as well. If your Wi-Fi allows you. But now that you're hooked on the router, right? Are you back on Wi-Fi again? I have to landscape that green a little bit. I'm gonna hate picking up this right next to. Oh, such a bad decision about that close. Oh, your old router died. You need a PC connected to the router with the Ethernet cable. It was worth trying to join again. Oh no. Well, maybe you can get a new router someday. No, decent ones are not that cheap, but there's a couple out there that are not too bad. My thumb is actually starting to hurt from this. Yeah, I miss cruise control and GPS. Sean's doing pretty good. Rocket's like, I think I had it wrong. old router died like a month ago. Now you have a new router. Is that what I thought? Yeah. I thought you posted in our Discord that you got one. Yeah. Well, this is on a dedicated server, so it should be a lot better than trying to join when it's not a dedicated server. But sometimes it's not a dedicated server that I'm on. I'm actually using the same server that Gnadenthal is on. There's so few mods I'm like being switched back and forth. We'll see how well that works. Kinda crazy how expensive renting servers can be when you want to do multiple ones. I actually have a server for Pal World right now. Ghost Bear and I are playing on. I invited Kieran to play on it, but he hasn't joined yet. We have Farming Sim server, Pal World server. I really liked, I think in FS19 we had that mod where the grass would dry into hay if you left it out and rot away in the rain. I miss that mod. Almost forgot to turn it on. I can't afford a windrower, so at least we get to tether. And then we'll try to pick it up as much as we can with that forage wagon. Sounds good, Rocket? I don't know why that just reminded me. Like, Michael probably went BRB and never told me. I always tease Michael about that. Says we have 9 people watching and 10 likes. Appreciate that. Looking forward to playing on this series. Challenge. I will still be doing my single player as well. And on the weekend when we Gnadenthal, we'll do through the years as well. I don't know if I'll get back to my Oak City playthrough or not. I can only do so many maps at once. I haven't deleted Oak City, it's still there in the back burner. We'll see if we get back to it or not. Or maybe there'll be a different map that comes up that I want to move to. Absolutely, Rocket. So the only time the server will not be up is when we're on Gnadenthal. But we'll give you a heads up about it. So all we do is we get into the dedicated server and we switch the game slot from Gnadenthal map to this one. So for a few hours is the only time that I won't be available. Awesome. Join and I can spin the wheel and we can see what property. So for spin the wheel, I'm allowing non-members to spin the wheel one extra time. If you don't like the first property, you can spin it and decide between the first and second. For members, I'm allowing them to go 3 times. Because they should be a little bonus for being a member, and for 3 J's, so there'd be 3, you know. And I know there's a lot of rules, but it's really simple once you get the gist of it. I was lucky with my first one. I was like, man, this is gonna be so bad. Then not a member either. You like the rules? Yeah. Like I said, it's slightly modified from the original challenge, but I think it'll work for multiplayer to still do it. And then one of the first things you'll want to do once you get on a farm, any of these you can choose. I don't care which one you choose. You don't have to choose the first one. Whatever icon you want, I'll give you the password, and then you log in, change it to your name, and change the password to the farm. As admin, I'll still be able to join your farm, but I don't want anybody else to try to get into your farm when you're not there. And there is room for 6 or 7 of us on the server at once, which would be no problem, because there's only 7 farms on here. So I mean, we could, in theory, get everybody on here, and our dedicated server should be okay with it, which is pretty cool. Of course, if you have any questions, you can always reach out through Discord, and maybe there's a thing or two I forgot to write down in the description, you know. I plan on putting this, the rules and stuff in Discord, making a little thread for it. I just haven't had the time yet. I won't be able to get all of that. I didn't have room for everything. So I think, yeah, I'll have to copy and paste it. And like I did earlier. So that. And on put a space between, like, yeah, I'll retract that. Let's do that, copy and paste, and then put a space in there. There we go. No problem, Rocket. Okay, this little bit's done. We have like all that still to do, but we will go ahead and mark this as well. And then start gathering. It would be so nice to like store this somewhere, but yeah. We're not that lucky. We have to sell it first. I don't know if I can handle this wagon. Let's just turn around over here. That was only 5 liters. Oh boy. Yep. It's gonna be a little bit. If I can pick up the little tidbits in that shed. That might be a little bit tricky. I have to move the mower, then it'll be easier. There we go, that worked. I am really picky about getting the last little bit. Really divide this up as well. Let's just go around once and then go from there. Oh, there we go, Rocket has joined. We'll just do this for a moment. I think I'll 10 around here. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Where's it moves? Well, remember you get to choose between 2 if you want to. Alright, let's spin it. Oh, 47. That should be right nearby me. Let's see where 47 is. Yeah, right below me. So your property shouldn't be that bad. I mean, you should be over here somewhere. I don't know, somewhere over here. I think that should be pretty good if you want that one. Let's visit that. I want to spin and do you have to go with that property? No, you can choose between the 2. Spin again and see what you get. Okay. Oh, see, it's up twice. Let's close that. That one. Okay. Done. So 47. I'll just write a note down here so remember that one. $13. Hey, where is 13? Up here. Okay. Well, this one looks a lot flatter. Well, that looks like pretty flat. They both are nice. They are. You're lucky that you didn't get 11 or 26. Those are so hilly. Like, unbelievably. So this one does cost slightly more as well. This one's 191 grand. And that one's 184. So they do cost a little bit more. Go with 13. Okay, let me remove that from the wheel there. One would say lucky number 13. Okay, so what farm do you want to go with? What color? What color do you want to be? Or farm number, whatever one. Farm 1? Doesn't say it has any password on it. Oh, all the money's going down. And then look at that, busy of debt, the money's going down. That's gonna be a problem, I can figure that out. I have to keep that, I'll keep that as a counter. As people join, I'll have to adjust their money. Because they have debt. Oh, I didn't think of that. Okay. The password should be farm, unless it didn't let you onto there. Okay, then remember to change your password for you. Let's see, I can go over here. I know you might be chatting here. I can go here. Now, how do I... Hey Lane, how's it going? And then out to farm manager. Then you should be able to do things. Now you should have that. You are, yeah, okay. You did say the same thing, Rocket. Okay, yep. You are allowed to join if you plan on actually joining and playing the game. I want to avoid people that actually are going to be one-time users, one-time join, and then they never come back again. Because that takes a space up that other people might actually want. I am trying to give you some extra money there. May I ask how to change my password? Yep, sorry I'm not paying attention to that chat much. When I'm right in the menu I don't see it. So do you see the option down here where it says space to edit farm? If you don't see that, so on farms, hit the space button when you're on your farm. It says edit farm, and then you should be able to change password. Lane, there's a whole bunch of info, rules, all that in the description. Nope, not log into admin. Okay, is it not gonna let you? Maybe I'll just have to change the password for you. Yeah, let me take that off. So let's do that. So if you want to message me what password, if you can't change the password, then message me privately on Discord. I can change that for you. Maybe that's something I haven't thought of. Yeah. Because you might have to be admin, because I am admin. Right? And it might be that's why I see it differently, because I'm logged in. Sounds good. And then I'll change that for you. I mean, they're all fun and silly passwords. I changed yours, but to start with, they're all different passwords anyway, so nobody can try to be like, hey, one's this, the other ones must be that. Oh, wrong button. Okay. See if I can do this. Can I copy and paste it or not? Yeah, but I saw you DM'd me. Let's see. Make sure I do it with the right farm. And now I don't know if it worked or not, but now it's blank for me. I'm like, did it work? Did it not work? Is there a way for you to test it? I guess maybe it won't work for me as admin. Yeah, you can try to leave the farm again and rejoin. Let's see. This is the password's different. It should prompt you. That worked? So it's changed? Okay. Thanks for letting me know, because I was like, I'm not quite sure. It's just, I have to get off this create job thing. Oh, you need to be farm manager again. So that... No, don't leave farm. Okay. That's gonna be something I have to warn people about. If I leave that farm when I'm not around being a farm manager. There's a learning curve for this. This is my first time trying multiple farms like this. The thing is, like, if I'm on the road in cell servers, I'll be able to log in and fix it. But if I'm in a no cell servers area, then it kind of would put a damper on things. Unless I make somebody an admin that is around more often. Or do you not have to... What do you mean by that, Lane? Yeah, the Farmall, I'm doing it where you can either do the 130,000 or the 132,000. To make sure it has the 300 horsepower. And then if you want it to have the front weight and the front attacher thing, it's up to you. Not sure if I didn't get the other comment or not, Lena. I'm not sure what the rest of the question was there, or what you may or may not have to do. So it has to be the 300 horsepower, and then it will be within the price range up to 130,000 to 132,000. Yeah, around there, yeah. Oh, well, they say Discord is full word. That is interesting. Yeah, you can upgrade the Farmall, you just can't sell it. You can get other tractors at any time as well, but you have to keep this one. You don't have to have it. It would be easier if you did. If you have questions, you could get a hold of me. And I don't know how you would give me your password to change the farm. Unless you just want to retract that message, maybe? I don't know. But no, it's not a requirement, but it would make things a little bit easier to communicate privately if needed. I know there is one person that will probably join this that doesn't have Discord as well. And when he does, he'll just have to know it's going to be a little bit harder if you have questions. Oh, I'm full. Okay. Where are we bringing this? Prices. Hey. Farmer's Market. It's a lot farther away for $3. Where is that tag? Might not be worth it for $3. Okay, way over there. Yeah. Or animal dealer is right there. That for $3, I think will cost a lot more in fuel and maintenance and stuff to keep going way over there. I think it's better. The Farmall is bought, and then the trailer. Because originally the trailer just had to be. Let's bring it up here. I had the rules screenshotted somewhere. Nope, not that one. Okay. I can't see if we're typing anything. It just says the trailer has to cost $9 grand. So you can start with the lowest. Yeah, so as long as it costs $9 grand. So the starting one is $9 grand. And then you just have to place the shed. So the shed, let me know when you're ready, because there's two variations of it, and it just depends on where you go look for it, where you find it in the menu. Yep, you have both items, and yeah, the shed is the only other requirement. And there is a version of the shed with or without the bale and pallet. So in the actual shed menu, you'll see this one. And if you hit the F button, let me just, the F button, you can choose if you want left or right side with how it looks. But if you go to silo, you can find the bale and pallet storage one. And that's where you can store bales and pallets if you choose to go that way. Which I do ask people if they do bales or pallets to use that so we get less lag on the server. Yep, either the regular one or the bale and pallet one. I eventually will have one of each placed down, but can't afford that yet. I went with the regular one because I was like, okay, I won't be baling things for a little bit. I won't be having pallets for a little bit. Okay, that trailer was $1,552. If you scroll up, lane to the last comment I left is with 3 J's. It says server game name and game password. That's up there. Sorry, Rocket. Oh, never mind. Got it. Honkin', honkin'. Yes, the trailer is a mod. There's 11 mods all together that you have to have. But yeah, the trailer is a mod. The trailer and tractor. This map does require you to download 3 different mods, I think, with it. So there's like the ramp one. I don't think I'll ever use the ramp, but it's a requirement for this map. There's no way for me to get around that. Can I cut through the fields, or you prefer not to? I'm okay with you cutting through fields as long as somebody else doesn't own that property. Crop destruction is not on. So I'm fine with it as long as you're not cutting through somebody else's property. I mean, I'm guilty as charged if not. I've been cutting through that field quite a bit to go to the shop. I don't have it listed quite yet. I might to-do list to put them in a list. Let's see. It would take me a little bit of time here to put them in the list. Yeah, it's a little bit easier once I have time to set up which ones I want. But like if you act like you're enjoying the server, it would tell you which mods are required as well. If you would have asked me like a half hour before I started streaming, I didn't even have this on our server yet. This is how quickly put together I have done this. I think that I'm supposed to be able to give you a list mods somehow on the dedicated server, but I don't know where that button is. It's a lot easier when you can see the ones that have the same name Then you see the icon. It makes it a little bit easier. Let's get back to the chat here. You got them all downloading? Okay. I'll add that to a list of things of me for due. Copy of the crop seasons. Trying to think. I'll send you those screenshots right now, Rocket. And then I will actually put them on like a section on Discord or Google Drive or something. I see you joined. Awesome. So some of these crop overlap in the screenshot. You'll have to just read through them, but there you go. Lane has joined. Like I say, it's not a lot of mods. It's pretty quick. No problem. You're welcome there, Rocket. Kinda wish there was a way to do a server without seasons turned off. But yeah. I think it makes it a little bit more fun when we can't always be on. Not having our fields all ruined. Tell me what farm you want and then I'll give you the password to it. Doesn't matter which one you want, just pick whatever color or whatever icon you want. 6. The tractor. That password should be... green. The color green. See if that works for you. Lowercase. Got it? Okay. Well, then somehow you would have to give me a password to what you want it to be. That's gonna be the tricky part for you. So I thought you guys could change it by yourself, but apparently you can't. Oh, and I have to make you farm manager. You can keep it the same password if you want. You just have to remember if anybody has heard this password and joins your farm, then that's on you, not me type of thing. But the chances of somebody actually doing that is very, very low. You should be safe. And then you are ready to spin the wheel. And I have that up somewhere. Alex says... That is a good question, Rocket. That is a very good question. I do not know the answer for that. I'm assuming you could just drive a tractor into it and store it if it was held up, but I don't know the answer to that. I actually never realized until I was reading the description that that could be used as a bale storage. So that was pretty interesting when I found that out. Okay, time to spin the wheel. You have 9 slots here. Yep, you can upgrade the trailer to whatever you want. That's what I did, but it does use money. So Ooh. So field 11 is the first one you can look at. See if you like field 11 at all. Oh, that one's way up there. Field 11 is kind of hilly, at least in one part of it. It kind of evens out over here. Those are to look at. Told you, it's one of the bigger fields or plots of land. These two are the biggest ones on here, but they are steep. If we go exclamation mark Discord, that should give you the. Imagine getting one. Yeah. I so we can't. So Lane, if you don't like this field, we can spin again, and then you can choose between the two fields. So you get two spins. This first choice, or we can do a second choice, and then you have to choose between the two. So still a little bit of a game of chance, so to speak. Oh. Spin again? Sounds good. Let's do that. So 31. How is that? Where is that? Oh, right there. I'll do 11. Okay. So you can go ahead and buy 11, and I'll take that off of my list of, Can I take it off? There. Let's do that. 11 is taken care of. So the trailer has to cost... Your neighbors. Nobody wants to be by me. I see how it is. The trailer has to cost at least $9 grand, which is the basic starting one. You can customize it to whatever you want after that, or leave it as the basic $9 grand. And combine harvesting is out of the question for a bit, yep. Overwatch harvesting. Only grass works for now. I mean, you start your way up and get the money to do more than that. If you guys know a mod that is cross-platform for a harvester that isn't super cheaty and costs the right amount of money, then I would consider adding it. Should just use the in-game Massey. I really don't have a price range in mind, as long as it is realistic to what you think it would be. Like, if we get a harvester that should be like 20 grand, you'd be like, no, that's not realistic, right? Yeah, 104 grand. have a pallet of mushrooms. We're actually getting somewhere. But I think there is one old harvester that is like 90 grand. I don't quite remember. Maybe it's 57 grand. I don't remember. And if somebody wants like the really old harvester, we could probably do that if it's realistic. Like it comes to mind which one I'm thinking of. I just don't know the name of it. It's just really old. Like think through the years. You can do whatever you want with the grass. As long as you place down that shed, buy the tractor, buy the trailer, you are free to do whatever you would like. Well, within reason. No contracts, no borrowing, leasing, the rules in the description, but if you want to make silage, you go ahead and do that. Silage isn't worth a lot of money in FS25 anyways. There's a lot of different scenarios that come to my mind of how you could play this one tile challenge. I mean, what you could also do, instead of mowing all this grass, you just put down an animal pasture and have them eat the grass through the winter and the summer they'll have grass, and you can move into having some dairy right away. Yep, you have greenhouses. I would just suggest not going so crazy on them that you lag up the server. But if you have like one or two, it's fine. I would probably draw the line if you have like, 5, 6, 12 of them. I would probably be like, that's gonna lag the server out. I just think realistic. Like, what would a real hobby farm have? That's the kind of size of the property you have. It's a hobby farm. People like, my dream is to live out in the middle of nowhere and have a farm, a hobby farm. That's kind of what you have now. You might have one greenhouse, maybe two. And that's probably what you would have on that side of the field, right? That property. Awesome. Rocket found 3 options, and he'll send me some links. Appreciate that. We do have a super small space over here for equipment to spawn. So just keep that in mind if you're buying something and other people are playing, that you might want to move it out of the farmyard or the shop to your farmyard quicker. I just noticed that when I was playing around with this map selling equipment to begin, it's like, yeah, there's not much room here. Awesome, thank you, Rocket. I'll take a look at those. Let's see, bring those up. I'll do that. Obviously, you guys see my Discord. That defeats the purpose sometimes. You say the New Holland might be a stretch. Okay. So the class is 70 grand plus 8.5 grand for the class. So that's not too bad. Here's the other class. This one's 90 grand. Oh, there's two of them in here, maybe? Does that come... Or is that just a or the header, maybe? 25. Oh, if you guys are talking to me, I can't see. Let me make sure. Okay. Like, I forget. I have it too far. Oh, and the other you can't see. Okay. Now I can see. And then the New Holland. You think it's the header? Okay. And this one, yeah, it's really cheap. But like that one feels to me like a little too cheap. So 4.2 meter width. That one is 5.1. And that one's a 6 meter. Yeah. Now that I'm here, what was the one I was thinking of? Nope, you don't have to have license plates. Nope. I was thinking of this one, but that one is really slow. And that one costs like 32 grand, but yeah, that one is really old and slow. And this one is what Juan has, and it's through the years, and that one's painfully slow as well for 10 grand. Yeah. Oh boy. TX 64 or 32. I see the 32. Man, there's a few really good choices here. So I also look at like it holds 8,000 liters. This one doesn't say what it holds. That's 7,500. Or that one doesn't hold a lot or holds way too much, because they don't say. He's playing. He's probably just watching my screen right now. Trying to see where the other one. You're gonna make me make a choice. Whew. Okay, where's the 64? Am I overlooking that one? Is he plowing? Are you plowing over your grass? So Lane, you cannot sell your tractor or trailer. You have to keep them. That one. That one. Where? That one. Mm. Next to the. Okay, the 62. There we go. Looking for a 64. Gotcha. You have to keep the tractor trailer and shed. I don't know what else he would be selling, but yeah, I mean, it's all good racket. So that one doesn't tell you how much it holds either. Then what do we have? This one holds 8,000 for 104 grand, 105. So this is 90,000 instead of 104,000. That saves you 14 grand for that one by itself. I know I put so much thought into this, but that's what it is for me. Combination, 6 meter. And this is a 6 meter. This one has a 5.1. I'm kind of leaning towards this one. It's slightly cheaper than the Massey, but not super much. These ones, I just don't know how much they hold. So I'm kind of more lenient about, worried about getting those. So, what do you guys think of? Actually, more expensive. This one? Which one's more expensive? 70. Oh, that one. No. Classy like is more expensive. It's more expensive, but it's still cheaper than the in-game. So between the two classes is what I would go between. The header costs a lot. Oh, it does. Good eye there. 25 grand for that header. And 8,500. What does in-game cost? 30,000 for the in-game one. Yeah, so still cheaper. It seems expensive, but this one's still cheaper. 30 grand in-game, 25 here, 90 grand versus 100 and some 14. So you're saving 19 grand. Yeah. So you still save with that one. On that, I feel like you save a little bit of money, but it's not super cheaty. I'll download that and then I'll put it on the server later when you guys aren't playing, because nobody's gonna buy it for that much right now, anyways. And I would have to kick you guys off and put it on, and that takes time. But I find that's a good thing to look at, so I appreciate you doing some research there. Can you take out loans? That is a good question. Is Big A or Rusty still watching, or Eric? Anybody who's played this challenge, are you guys still there? Let's see if anybody in our chat is still there and knows the answer. You like that? Okay, cool. I'll try to get the answer for that for you, Lane. That is a good question. Whether or not you can take out more loan or not. There. Those are the 3 things you have to keep. Things like buying the silo, buying the house, buying a workshop, all that is additional things that are up to you. You could, in theory, not have a green silo the whole game if you wanted to play with productions and livestock and not do anything with grain. I mean, there's a few ways around it. I don't think I'm on Big A's Discord, am I? I thought I was. take a look. I'm in so many Discords, it's kind of hard to go through them all. Money spending hurts your bank. Just remember the original challenge started with $500,000 in debt and only $130,000 once you sold everything. Like you start with 100 grand, but then you would sell all the equipment that you start with, and then I did the math. It was like 130 grand. We started with roughly 150 grand and $250,000 in debt. So we're doing a lot better than the original challenge. We also have normal economy instead of hard economy. I am trying to find. Does anybody have an answer for $1 challenge and loans? I can't see my chat right now. Let's go back and forth. I said Bill Storage How? At least was awesome. Thanks for checking on that. I was kind of curious as well if it was or not. I probably would have went with that one to start with if I'd known. Trying to figure out how to see all my subscribers. I thought Big A had Discord. Okay, Lane. It's gonna take me a little bit longer to look into the loan thing. Eric says, if you remember correctly, you could do loans, but they discouraged it by the rule of no generators, which allowed to cover the interest payments. I would suggest doing it. So it's like strongly discouraged, which I kind of agree because you could expand way too quickly. Thanks, Eric. I was trying to find a Discord that might. What kind? The Mega. So running certain increments a year. What do you mean with that? You're wondering if you can make a small loan, but only so much of a loan a year. Is that what the question is? Like, instead of saying, hey, I'm going to do so much, what if we only do 50,000? Let's ask everybody. What does everybody think of that if you were only allowed like a $50,000 loan? Welcome back, Moose. Rocket says maybe 20,000 max. 50 is a bit too much. Okay, so we get one input there. See if anybody else chimes in. So my question would be, how do we keep tabs and know that somebody's only doing that much of a loan? If I really wanted to, I could go farm to farm to farm and keep tabs on it, but yeah. As only as it was more work for me to manage it and make sure people keep it honest. So, are you talking like... Okay, how about this? Because you're saying... Oh, somebody else must be joining. The slot limit is changing. I'm gonna guess it's Moose. It is a fair question. Oh, Eric's joining. No problem, Eric. I was gonna guess it was Moose. So what if it was a one-time loan? One time. Instead of like once a year or whatever. I see both sides to it. If you want a loan without being super cheaty, but if you want to live with the cost of interest to advance a little bit, then that's your own doing, right? But I do think it needs to be like 20 or 25 max. Oh, I must be full. I think that'd be too much for me to keep track of. If it's like once in a while, if I say it's a one-time thing, like you get one time to borrow that much more, then that's a little bit easier to deal with. Yeah, like I personally would go no loan, but that's just how I want to play. I'm trying to say, how do other people want to play too, right? Like, for me, I'm going to say no loan for me because I don't want to pay more interest, but some people are okay with it. You can send that. I'll take a look at it and see. I don't want to add a lot more mods to this at all. Because when we want to play Gnadenthal, we will have to deactivate all these mods and switch what mods we have active. So I don't want to make that to be a lot of work for one. Nope, you don't have to place a container house. That's up to you. If you want to sleep through the night or not, that's up to you. We aren't staying on this map. What do you mean, Lane? Nope, you don't have to use headsets. So we're staying on this map. What I mean when we go to Gnadenthal is that the server shuts down for 2 or 3 hours, maybe 4 hours. When we play on the weekend, it'll be the game slot on the server will change between maps for 2 or 3, 4 hours, or whatever, and then it will come back up again afterwards. So Eric, no, you don't have to use a headset. You can use in-game chat like everybody else is. The only rule I have about headsets is if you talk over me, I will mute you. I'm soft-spoken, so I don't think you'll do it. You've been really respectful, but I'm just saying, in general, there's some people that join that just talk right over me, like I'm not even talking and streaming. Yep, don't want that. But if you want a headset and just general questions, I'm fine with that. General conversation. But if you just want to use in-game chat like everybody else is, I'm perfectly fine with that. And you get your farming playlist on. And break the bank. You have a farming playlist to music? Is that what you're referring to? Yeah, I miss having my music on when I stream. Like I turned it off, but like I get copyright free music, right? But I see Eric running around. Are you ready for a plot of land? Or are you just checking things out? Oh, so you choose some songs and you get in the zone. Okay, so what color or what number farm do you want to join? Doesn't matter to me. You should pick whatever one's free and give you the password to join that one. Chainsaw sounds good. Alex, if you do grass, somebody got enough, I'll do combine hers. Yep. Once we get to forestry, just a moment. that one. I want to. What do we want to change it to? There we go. Okay. Your password is Crow. Like the bird. There's a reason I chose that one. Rock is probably going, this has reference to Kieran and his forestry. How long does it take to grow trees? I don't know the answer to that. I don't do too much. Maybe, I don't know, 4, 5, 6 months maybe? I don't know. I think it takes a while. Check the wiki, yeah. Is the community land able? Nope. No, the community land is bought out. Not available. The reason I did that is that it's not the size. All of these are the same size roughly. Over 8 hectares. So I bought the property with the community bank so we know it's not available. And the challenge is 1 tile. And we can only have 8 farms on here. Well, 7 minus the bank. Or the community bank. So it left us with 11 plots of land and seemed decent. Rocket's watching Farmer Cup about the tree growth. Okay, ready for the spin. Let's get that up and going. Find eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Find the right tab. Okay. $16 will be your first option here. 16. Over here. I like mine. Not too hilly. Not too bad. Got a little bit of a road. Not too bad at all. I kind of like the spin the wheel thing because there's a nice little twist on this. To make it multiplayer, I'd be like, did you find this plot? You'll be gone for the weekend, so you'll be active? Sounds good. Okay. We live lots on YouTube. Yes and no. There's 3 hosts on here. That's why we're the 3 J's. So there'll be 3 different people that stream on here. Myself, my husband, and then my brother-in-law. All our names start with J. So I am the most often during the week, but there's some weeks I'm busy and I don't stream. The weekend is usually my husband. And then James is getting back into streaming. He hasn't gotten there yet. He will be probably Mondays or the weekend. So trees take 11 years. Holy moly, that's a long time. Okay, Eric, just checking in on you and seeing how you're doing. You're passing trees, we just planted a few. A backup profit. One more spin and then you pick your favorite. Sounds good, Eric. Sorry. Multitasking here and then also have my husband texting me. I'm like, okay. And again. Hey, Gravy. Welcome in. 29. Oh, we maybe or maybe don't have trees on yours? Oh, you can't get those trees? 29, 29. I thought you would be able to get those trees, but you don't. They're not part of your property, I guess. Interesting. Maybe they're like embedded into the map where you can't. That's a bummer. But I'll be honest, I thought about trees as well. If they weren't too hard to grow, because the wood chips sell for a lot. Doing pretty good, Gravy. How are you doing? Yeah. If they take 11 years to grow, they wouldn't be worth the wood chips anymore. Lane, I'll get back to you about the loan thing. I'm still figuring that out here. I have to get rid of that. Doing good? That's good to hear, Gravy. And then once you decide, Eric, you go ahead and let me know. No rush. So, I'm gonna try something. It'll take 16. Awesome. And then I go over here. Try to find the magic 16 on this scroll up. Mark 16. There we go. That is getting shorter and shorter. You've been streaming, Gravy? Hopefully that's been going good. That is a good question as well, Rocket. I didn't think about that. I don't see a problem with using the use vehicle tab to buy stuff. I mean, it's something I never thought about. I mean, Do we all have the same stuff? Because I'm kind of curious. Because that's a good tractor there. I can't afford it, but yeah. Sometimes there's good deals on there though, but yeah, I don't see a problem with that. So we have a 2, 3, 4 of us on here now. That's pretty awesome. I know one more person that wants to join for sure, and then another one I think will join. So I know about that. So we do have the same stuff. Okay, so it disappears if one of us buys it. So we share the used vehicle sales. Yeah, you want it, but you don't need it. How many horsepower does it have? Oh, you don't even want it, but it's less horsepower than what you have here. I think the only benefit for that one would be you can do a front mower. And then it doesn't even have the horsepower to do a front mower. Probably barely. So, what is the consensus on a loan? I need the input of the rest of you on here. Are you guys fine with like a one-time loan of like 20 grand or no loan? Oh, I'm full again. Or a one-time loan of 25 grand. Yeah, one-time loan. Yeah, you hate that you don't have. Yeah, see if. If you had the right tractor, it would work, right? But yeah. Who else would be interesting to see if we're all selling grass or whoever does grass? How much would we drive the price of grass down selling it here? It is a little bit more if you're closer to the animal dealer or farmer's market down here. So you guys, if you're closer to field 18 down there at the market, the price drops a lot. Keep that in mind. You're a little bit closer and you can make the drive over that way. I'm back up to 10 grand. Oh, the hole might be too heavy for you. It is a heck of a price, so yeah. Yep. Don't blame you there. Oh, so your wheels slightly go up if you go. Yeah. The weight makes a difference. Good thing you also don't have the steepest property, right? Oh, so sorry about that, Eric. I forgot to give you permissions. Let me go in there now. I was waiting for you to join the farm, and then I was gonna go into here, and then over here. There you go. Sorry about that. That should be all fixed for you now. And I can fly around and see what other people are doing. Oh, seen a good outline of a field there. Making quick work on that. Holy moly, you're doing that pretty quickly. You place down a nice little greenhouse, container house, water tank, trailer, shed. Oh, 2 sheds. Side by side like that. The second is Alex's, yep. Yeah. This is gonna be fun. I love the thought of doing this in multiplayer. And then this, I can see what you guys have been doing, especially off stream, be like, it's really cool as a content creator, be like, hey, this is kind of cool, the same challenge, what are we doing, what are we doing differently, how do we play differently? Something really cool to do together, and also gives me a little bit of content to be like, this is pretty cool. So Lane, I think, unless anybody says otherwise, a one-time loan, $20 or $25,000. Which way do we want to go with that one? I want to say $20,000. I don't want to say too much. 25 might be a little bit more usable. $20 is fine. Oh, this is... How do you start your engine on an Xbox? Does anybody know that? I'm not on the Xbox, so... Rocket says he might know. Right bumper X. That's what Lane says. And Rocket says the same? Okay, try right bumper X. Gravy says he knows. Gravy, do you have FS25 or only 22? Eric figured it. Well, thank you, everybody. It's awesome that you guys... And a noob as I had no idea. Yeah, but I'm like... I play with like a Logitech controller as like an Xbox controller, but I don't know how similar it is. Gravy, you have FS22. Try. So it's like if you had 25, you could come on in and join this. I use a Xbox 360 controller here. I have done that once and it was too big for my hands. It gave me horrible hand cramps. Chicken seemed to be worth it. I think so, Rocket. I think so. FS25 comes out on Xbox Game Pass August 1st. Okay. I am glad to know that. I'm looking forward to that. Maybe we'll have more people join me then. I mean, I have people join me now, but like the people that rely on the Game Pass. It'd be really nice when you get that. Elaine, 15 grand. Eric is still working on his. Alex still has quite a bit of money. You've always used auto start. Ah, gotcha. I can always tell the people that are used to auto start to they leave vehicles on. Grass and chicken seem worth it. Well, a front loader would be needed to get that. So for chickens, how are you gonna feed them? Now you're gonna buy the food. Uh-huh, that's a good way to start. I forgot you could buy chicken food. Yep, and like I say, you should all have contractor rights to that forklift. That forklift just stays at the store. Good night, Moose. Thanks for joining for a bit. It reminded me I haven't had dinner yet. I've been training for 3.5 hours, which is not like me, but I'm really enjoying this. It's a lot of fun. I'll probably play for another 20 minutes and then I'll stop for dinner. But I won't shut the server down, just to say that I'll probably play while I'm eating dinner. I'm just gonna take a break from talking for a bit. I still don't own 16. You should be able to go over there and buy it. You just click on it and then hit buy. You should be able to buy it. $100% again. And my thumb definitely needs a break too. It's probably like one of the worst things I've ever done was injure my thumb years ago with a kayaking accident, and now it bothers me for anything. Nope, I'm on PC. Yeah, I don't know if you guys can see this or not. When I go to farm management, it shows computer, and then Eric's on Xbox, and computer. So little icons. I don't know if you can see that or not, or if it's just me. But it shows me who's on what. I'm actually going to pay off a little bit of my loan because I want to do that in this stream. Repay 10 grand. Pay back 10 grand of that loan. Did you figure out the fuel thing, Eric, or do you need more help with it? Ruby says you're getting a new computer monitor soon. Well, that's exciting. It's been a while since you've had a computer monitor. Oh, this is using quite a bit of fuel. I'll have to remember that as well. You did, okay. No, it's all good. I've even added this stream as well. It's like I play 25 all the time, and I've had moments of how do I do this? Don't worry. And being able to make the custom fences is really cool for animals. Expand the pastures. Just a heads up for people that want to do cows. If you go down to the fenceless animal pasture, the one that says mod, you will get milk from the smallest pasture. When you first start with this one that's not modded, you don't get milk. But if you go to, and same with the goats, you'll get milk as well. So use the fenceless pasture if you want milk. I like bees. They seem worth it too. I want to really do honey with rice for cereal. That's apparently like a thing you can do. No, or yes, there is room on the server. Let me look here. So this will be for Dust Bunny. I know she'll want the purple. And then there would be room for 2 people. And I kind of know one other person that wants to join, so yeah, there'll be room for 1 more. And you hop on and help people if they need help. We only have 1 tractor right now. So it would be very hard when we only have 1 tractor. Not something I'm against, but I don't think there's much to do right now if there's only 1 tractor per farm. Gravy says when you get FS25, you'll jump on. They should reproduce. Yeah, they do. You need a rooster. Yep, 1 rooster. You don't need more than 1, just need 1. Hello there, one. Welcome in. Wait, how can you help another farm? Well, I think he's saying if we had more than 1 tractor, you could hop on and help somebody plow the field or whatever. You can only buy a rooster at 0 months of age. I never really looked into it. There's passwords on farms, yes. But if somebody would give him the password, then he could join. But then I would have to change the password. Because apparently I'm the only one that can do that. Hey CJ, welcome in. How's it going? Right now we have my farm here. We're setting up here. We go over here and Lane is working on lots and lots of grass on his. Alex is taking his time with some chickens. And then I think Eric is still setting up. I don't know. You don't have your field set up yet, so I'm like, I can't really. You mean memo? There we go. Property down here. Yeah, I'm excited to see what we're all doing here. Doing good, thanks. Yep, doing good. Getting hungry though. I've been streaming for almost 4 hours. That's not like me, but man, I'm having fun with this. Yep. If you give that password, anybody can destroy your farm. That is absolutely correct. And I'm the only one apparently that can change that password. They're so cute. They are a rocket. They definitely are. Yeah, so if you bought chickens, yeah, they don't need water. Yep, that's a bonus for you. Lane wants to know if anybody is in real life farmers. Not that I'm aware of. Not on the server right now. Virtual is fun enough. Yeah. We can just not farm when we don't feel like farming, right? There, that is part of my field mode. I still have this whole section to do. I only did a little bit. Whew. Juan says he's worked for a few farmers. I saw Whiskey Creek Farms posted a photo of him working on his uncle's farm. He moved over there. Looks like he's already in the tractor and having fun. I see a lane over here. Oh, you don't know Whiskey Creek Farms. He's a content creator on YouTube. You'll often see him in other streams. Let's see. I don't know if I can easily get. There we go. One says he built a cow barn at one farmer, tilled land for another, drove potato truck for harvest season, and loading the truck while harvesting potatoes. Rocket says maybe he should have done the popular trees. I don't know. I don't know if that would have been worth it. I mean, your chickens are going to give you a lot more for the length of time. The trees don't you need to... Oh, there's everybody here. Awesome. Hello, everybody. I sort of meet up there. I wasn't expecting that. What was I saying? Oh yeah, the trees. Don't you need special planter equipment to plant them? And then yeah, you would have to plow the field, wouldn't you still? I don't know if you would need to plow the field. But then you would have to chop it down into wood chips. You can only use a small baler, but hand picking Oh, yeah. And then you have to think about if you will really be saving a lot of money by baling it and storing it. The price, if you make hay, it goes to $111. So it goes up another $10 if you store it. But if you do, I know grass is up here. Grass, it goes up to $90. It's another $10. So you have to store it just to make another $10. There is some farmland left. I don't know. Dust Bunny will have to play the random game like everybody else. Spin the wheel has been working pretty great, and I think you guys would admit that it's been kind of fun. It's been kind of fun to randomly have to select. I'll talk to Dust Bunny later, though. I'll keep in touch with her. Hello again there, Just Joe. How's it going? I can reach out to her. She probably won't be playing for a while. And it could be something that the map's full by the time she has a chance. It's really hard to know. If anybody hasn't checked out Just Joe, he has changed his channel name, so you might just not be familiar with the new name here, but we'll send a link over there. Your PC is down now? What's wrong with your PC now? So I think I'm gonna take, I think Rusty Money we said it, maybe Big A. They're both in here earlier. And I said to kind of split my field in half. I'll probably do that so it doesn't seem like it takes forever. Has manual attach come to FS25? I'm not sure, Rocket. Lane says it sucks we can't rent equipment for neighbors. If your neighbor gives you contract access, you can do that, Lane. I don't know if you guys can do this or if I would have to do it, but if you grant contractor rights to another person, their farm, then they can use your equipment. Rocket says you want to use it on your single player, the manual attach mod. No problem, Joe. I enjoy watching your live streams when I can, so I'll share a link and everybody else can join you. No, you're taking it to a repair shop tomorrow? Hopefully it doesn't cost too much. Ooh, you want to borrow my tether? How quickly could you tether? So I'll need it once my field's done. Can you tether your field before my field's done? Because if you borrow it and then you repair it, before you return it, I have no problem. So it would have to be returned repaired. If it's not repaired, then that'd be cost that I would have to do. That wouldn't be fair, right? Oh, you're on the road to 100 subs. You're 80 subs. Oh, you're getting close. That's a good point, Juan says. Did you try unplugging the RAM and plugging it back in? Oh, you're harvesting a 96-acre spinach contract, Joe? Oh, boy. Yeah. Good luck with that. I would have given up by now. Lane asks how far I am. I am not very far. Trying to see compared to you, to me. You're a little bit farther than I am. You and Blue Zach are doing it. Or if you want to just take your chance, Lane, that you can get as much tethered as you can before I need it, and then the rest you just sell as grass. You can do that as well. So if you want to borrow it, tether. And you want to see how much just grass makes? Sounds good. I know how much I was roughly getting from. I was like getting like 1,500 from the hay at the animal dealership. I don't know where halfway will be. I just split my fuel up. Make it go a little bit quicker. And most definitely, unplugging RAM and plugging it back in is definitely a very good thing to try. And lots of good tips everyone has for a computer. Gravy, you do lots of grass and hay. Alex says, Rocket says I'm gonna get a forage wagon. Yeah, it costs 30k for forage wagon. Yeah, it costs quite a bit. Forage wagon. Did I go past it again? Yep. I know, you guys are like way up there on the map together. Lane's on 11. Alex is on 13. And then we have Eric on 16. And then I'm over here by myself on 45. Can I stop what? Can I stop texting you? I can stop texting you. Oh, gotcha. Okay. I'll drive on. on the cut grass. My bad. It's all better now. Thanks for calling me out on it, Juan. Lane says, does the silage additive give you better yield? I have tried it before and it does. It works for the forage wagon as well. I don't remember what map I traded on, but it worked. But then I tried it on New Frontier and it didn't seem to work very well. Farmers will only do that once around the field? Yeah, and then you drive on the cut stuff. What did you say here? Yeah, certain forage wagons have it in here. If you go silage additive tank, you have to pay extra $2,000 for it. Better not buy it accidentally. But yeah, the forage wagons you can add it into there as well. And the silage additive doesn't cost too much. At least I don't think it does. Well, the pallet is stuck on the forks. If you tilt it down more, does it slide off at all? I wonder if it's bugged up at all. If you need me to come and shake a pallet around on the forks, I can try and see if it works. Oh, you slid it off. Okay, so it did work. I was hoping it wasn't a problem with the contracting thing and multiplayer and all that. I was hoping it would work with how I had it set up. This is definitely a little time consuming, but this is all you can do when you don't have much money. I'm hoping I can get that plow and seeder going. At least redo grass. Make a higher yield on the grass. I might also raise enough money just to get some goats going. Or maybe some sheep and goats. I haven't decided yet. Definitely like the challenge though. It's making me think about what money I spend and how I go about this. I think I can barely see Eric's shed over there. Not that far away. It loses your shed in the background. That is a good question. Does anybody know if you can use a silage additive? Just increase silage, or does it increase your hay and grass as well? Okay, Lane says he thinks it works with hay, but he's not sure, or with grass, but he's not sure about hay. What did YouTube do now? Um, I'm curious if it works. But it's like, yeah, I would go to the store right now and put that on my forage wagon if I knew. I think I'm gonna have to figure that out. Because that would increase your yield like crazy. Trying to figure out what Juan's yelling at YouTube for. You know, play the video through 10 speed, but you have to be premium. Oh, they changed that to being behind a paywall. Okay, Lane wants to work with you, Rocket. If you bring your tedder over, you could test it on his field because he has grass. So then you would have to test it out a little bit and know how much you get with and without it. With and without the silage additive. To actually know if it works or not. Yeah, YouTube is desperately monetizing everything. I like that you guys are testing things and working together. Got some teamwork going on. When we're all broke, we start to share ideals and share our equipment and work together as much as we can, right? Now you're all kind of saddy and pick property over by me, aren't you? By my lonesome self over here. That's okay. Right now, that means I get less lag. It's okay. Can you switch property? Nope. What do I mean about... I think he was just joking. About us switching property so then he could be closer to me and borrow my equipment. Okay. I think this is a good spot for me to stop my stream because I've been going for after 4 hours and it's after 7:30, almost 8 o'clock here, and I need to get some food. But like I say, the server will be up. I'm actually going to stay in the server because I'm going to play a little bit after I eat food. Thank you so much, everybody. I had a lot of fun. I really appreciate all of you joining the map and wanting to play the challenge with me. I will look forward to seeing what everybody does on the property. The challenge is awesome. Sounds good, Gravy. Have a good stream. I mean, if you actually start your stream pretty quickly, I can redirect people to you. Maybe. Maybe it won't let me. I don't know. YouTube's being YouTube, doing YouTube stuff. What works one day does not work the next day. You starting now? Okay. Let's see if we can do this. Doesn't look like I can do it from that way. how do I redirect to somebody with a link? I think I just paste it into here. There we go. Well, thank you, everybody. I'm out of here for now. Wants deleted messages, but it's okay by me. Adios.